Welcome, dear listener. Settle in, find a comfortable place, and let your thoughts drift like clouds in a quiet sky. Tonight, we are going to journey far back in time to a world that seems both distant and familiar. A world of gods, monsters, and humans, where the stories that shaped the ancient minds still linger in whispers. Our story begins with a figure whose name carries fear, awe, and sadness. That figure is Medusa. To understand Medusa, we must begin at the very beginning, before she became the creature known to so many. Before the snakes, before the fear, before the myths etched her into the annals of legend, there was a child, a girl, and she was, by all accounts, beautiful. Medusa was born in a time when the world was young, a time when the gods walked the earth, and mortals tried, often in vain, to make sense of the powers surrounding them. Her parents were Phorcys and Ceto, ancient sea deities who lived far beneath the waves in a palace of coral and light filtered through the ocean. Phorcys, the old and quiet god, often watched the tides with solemn eyes, while Ceto, a mother of many creatures, cared for her children with a strange, distant love. Medusa was one of the youngest, and she was unique even among her siblings. From the moment she opened her eyes, it was said that there was a certain light about her, a glow of innocence and curiosity that seemed almost unnatural. She wandered through the halls of her parents' underwater realm, fascinated by the shifting colors of the ocean, the way the light danced on the sand, and the strange creatures that swam near the palace windows. She was gentle, quiet, and always observant. As Medusa grew, her beauty became more apparent, not the kind of beauty that demanded attention, but the kind that made others pause without knowing why. Even the gods, who were often preoccupied with their own affairs, noticed her. She was extraordinary, yes, but in a fragile, almost human way. And yet her beauty would later become the very reason for her suffering. It is important to pause here, dear listener, and imagine her in these early days. Picture her small hands brushing the water as she explored the edges of her home. Hear the distant rumble of underwater currents, soft and continuous, like a lullaby the ocean sings only to its children. Imagine the creatures of the deep, silent and graceful, moving around her as she navigates the coral halls. Everything is calm, yet there is a sense of anticipation in the air, as if the world itself is waiting for something to change. Medusa's childhood was not marked by the kind of adventures you often hear of in myths. There were no dragons to slay or kings to meet. Her adventures were subtle, internal, moments of discovery. She would follow small fish through coral mazes, chase shafts of light across the sandy ocean floor, and watch the delicate dance of jellyfish drifting by. There was a rhythm to her days, a gentle repetition that brought comfort. And yet, even in this quiet life, destiny whispered. As she grew older, Medusa was sent to the temple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Athena's temples were places of learning, of discipline, of devotion. They were cool and quiet, filled with the scent of incense and the soft murmur of prayers. Medusa, with her youthful curiosity and her desire to serve, adapted quickly. She learned the rituals, the chants, and the ways of tending the temple. She became a priestess, dedicated to a goddess whose name carried both respect and awe. It was during this time, in the temple's shadowed halls and quiet courtyards, that Medusa's beauty became more than just a personal trait. It became a force that could draw attention, a force that could be admired, envied, and eventually feared. Visitors to the temple would occasionally pause to watch her as she moved through the sacred spaces, her presence calm yet magnetic. The other priestesses sometimes whispered, though quietly, for even they feared the attention it could attract. Medusa herself was unaware of the potential consequences of her beauty. She moved through life with a sense of innocence, absorbed in her duties and the quiet world around her. She prayed, she tended the sacred spaces, and she studied the wisdom of Athena. And yet, outside the temple, the world was not always kind to beauty, especially when it is combined with youth and grace. It is said that even the gods noticed her. Poseidon, the god of the sea and a frequent wanderer of the world above and below, looked upon Medusa and saw something remarkable. He saw beauty that was pure, untouched, and perhaps unattainable. His attention would change the course of Medusa's life forever, but at this moment all was calm. The temple walls held her safe, and the rhythms of her days continued, gentle and predictable, like the tides she had always known. Imagine now, if you will, the temple gardens. The statues of Athena stand still, frozen in their eternal watchfulness. The soft rustle of olive leaves whispers in the wind. Medusa walks slowly along the marble paths, her fingers brushing the cool stone. Every movement is deliberate, unhurried, a dance of quiet grace. There is no rush, there is no fear, just the soft, soothing cadence of a world in harmony, at least for now. And yet, as with all stories that span gods and mortals, the seeds of change are planted in moments of calm. Medusa, for all her innocence and dedication, was not meant to remain untouched by the world beyond the temple walls. The forces of destiny, subtle yet unyielding, began to stir. There would come a time when her life, which seemed so steady, so predictable, would shift in ways that could not have been imagined. But for now, let us linger a little longer in this quiet. Let us imagine the gentle sway of the temple curtains, the soft colors of the stone and marble, the distant call of birds in the courtyard. Medusa tends to her duties, humming softly to herself, unaware of the greater forces at play. She is safe, she is calm, she is young, and the world feels endless. In the evenings, she would sit near the temple's reflecting pool, gazing into the water as if seeking answers that were not yet hers to find. The water mirrored her face, her soft features, her flowing hair, the calmness in her eyes. She often wondered, not with worry, but with curiosity, about the nature of beauty, the purpose of life, and the unseen threads that connect all things. She did not know that soon those threads would pull tightly, binding her to a destiny she could not yet perceive. And so, as the sun would set, casting long shadows across the temple courtyard, Medusa's early life came to a close, not in tragedy, not in conflict, but in quiet contemplation. She was a child of both the mortal and divine worlds, poised on the edge of transformation, standing at the threshold of the myth that would one day make her name known throughout history. Rest now, dear listener, as we leave Medusa in this quiet, safe moment of her life. The ocean still whispers through her memories, the temple stands silent and calm, and the world waits. In our next part, we will follow her steps as the world begins to notice her in ways that will change everything. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the rhythm of the story carry you forward. Imagine the gentle sway of the water, the soft glow of the temple at dusk, the serene beauty of a young girl whose life is about to enter the realm of legend. And as you drift, know that the story is just beginning, and that the quiet calm we feel now is only the first of many moments of reflection, wonder, and gentle storytelling that await us in the tale of Medusa. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a slow, deep breath and allow your body to settle into a comfortable position. Feel the calm flow over you like a gentle tide. Let the story carry you once again to the quiet world of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals moved through lives intertwined with fate and destiny. We left Medusa as a young priestess moving gently through the halls of Athena's temple, surrounded by marble columns and the faint, lingering scent of incense. She had grown into a woman of quiet strength, her beauty shining not just in appearance, but in the gentle presence she carried. And yet, even in the calm of the temple, the threads of destiny began to shift. It is important, as we journey slowly through the story, to imagine the temple not just as a place of worship, but as a sanctuary of reflection. The air is cool, scented with olive oil and burning incense. Light filters softly through carved windows, casting long, dancing shadows across the polished floors. The sounds of the outside world are distant here, just the occasional murmur of a visitor, the soft footfall of other priestesses, and the gentle rustle of fabric as Medusa moves. Medusa devoted herself to her duties with care and attention. She arranged the offerings on the altars, swept the temple floors in slow, measured movements, and prayed to Athena for guidance and wisdom. She carried herself with a quiet dignity, never seeking attention, never attempting to impress. And yet, the gods, with their endless curiosity and unpredictable moods, often notice more than mortals do. It was during one of these quiet days, as Medusa tended the sacred halls, that Poseidon, god of the sea, happened upon her. Poseidon, with his flowing robes of sea blue and his presence like the shifting tides, saw her beauty and felt a pull he could not resist. The stories tell that he admired her from afar, and then, in a moment both brief and monumental, he approached. The details of what happened next are told in many different ways, each version softened or altered by those who recounted it. What remains constant is that Poseidon's attention was not gentle, and Medusa, despite her calm strength, could not fully resist the force of a god. In the temple, surrounded by the sacred statues of Athena, Medusa experienced a moment that would change everything. The sanctity of the space, the sense of safety and order she had always known, was broken. And when Athena discovered what had occurred, she was furious, not at Poseidon, who walked the world freely, but at Medusa, who was human, fragile, and bound by the mortal laws of the gods' attention. Imagine, if you will, the quiet majesty of the temple as Athena entered. Her presence was commanding yet serene, like a storm held in perfect balance. The columns seemed to tremble slightly, the air shifted, and even the statues of the goddess appeared more alive, their eyes reflecting the divine anger of their creator. Medusa, small and mortal, stood before her, aware of a judgment she did not understand, feeling both fear and confusion. Athena's curse was swift, precise, and unyielding. With a wave of her hand, she transformed Medusa into a creature unlike any other. Her hair became living snakes, writhing and hissing with a life of their own. Her gaze acquired a power so terrible that any who looked directly into her eyes would turn to stone. Medusa, once a priestess of quiet devotion, was now a gorgon, a creature of myth, feared by gods and mortals alike. Pause for a moment, dear listener, and imagine the scene. The temple is silent except for the soft whisper of hissing snakes. Medusa touches her hair, feeling the wriggling, slithering movement of creatures that were once strands of gentle beauty. Her reflection in the polished marble floor is no longer human. Yet she does not scream, she does not run. She stands still, absorbing the transformation with a quiet, almost hypnotic acceptance. It is said that Medusa's sorrow was immense. She had done no wrong, yet she bore the full weight of a god's wrath. Her heart ached with confusion and injustice, yet in the midst of her despair, a strange clarity emerged. She understood that her life had shifted into a new form, one that would separate her from the world she had known. The familiar rhythms of the temple, the soft chants, the gentle footfalls of her sisters, all of these would be gone. And so Medusa left the temple. She wandered into the world outside, seeking solitude, safety, and perhaps understanding. The world she encountered was both familiar and strange. Mortals whispered of a terrible creature living in distant lands, a woman with snakes for hair, a gaze that could turn even the bravest warriors to stone. Yet Medusa herself did not dwell on fear or anger. She moved quietly through the landscape, seeking places where she could be alone, where she could think, and where she could exist without bringing harm to others. Picture the landscapes she traveled through: rocky cliffs rising against the horizon, dark forests thick with shadows, and quiet streams reflecting the pale light of the moon. The snakes in her hair writhed gently in the night air, their movements soft and rhythmic, almost like a lullaby. She walked slowly, deliberately, allowing herself to adjust to the new rhythm of her life. In these quiet moments, Medusa began to understand her own power. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also a shield. She could not be harmed as easily as before, though she also could not approach others with risk. The world seemed both larger and lonelier than ever before, and she learned to find solace in small details: the whisper of leaves in the wind, the gentle ripple of water over stones, the distant call of birds at dusk. And yet, despite the isolation, her mind remained alive with thought. She wondered about the gods, about justice, and about the delicate balance between power and vulnerability. She reflected on her own life, on the strange twist of fate that had brought her from a temple of quiet devotion to the lonely heights of myth. And as she reflected, the world continued around her, unconcerned with the inner musings of a creature now feared by all. Slowly, gently, let yourself drift into the scene. Picture Medusa walking along a quiet cliff at twilight. The wind carries a faint scent of salt from the distant sea. The snakes in her hair move softly, their hiss a gentle background hum. Her steps are deliberate, unhurried. Every breath is calm and measured. And as she moved through these landscapes, she began to notice the subtle beauty of her new form. The snakes were alive, yes, but not cruel or malicious. They moved in patterns that mesmerized her, twisting and coiling like delicate threads of silver and green. In them she saw reflections of her own strength, resilience, and unique existence. Though the curse had isolated her from the world she once knew, it had also granted her a form of independence and power unlike anything she had experienced before. And so, dear listener, as night falls and the world grows quiet, we leave Medusa in her wandering. She moves slowly, peacefully, along paths few have trod. She is a creature of solitude and reflection, carrying the weight of a curse with quiet dignity. The world may fear her, may whisper her name in awe and terror, but she moves forward with calm, deliberate steps, learning to navigate the new rhythm of her life. Take a deep breath now, and let your own mind wander as gently as Medusa does. Feel the calm, the solitude, the quiet resilience of a figure who has been changed by forces beyond her control, yet continues to exist with grace. In the rhythm of the story, the slow pacing, and the soft imagery carry you into a deeper state of relaxation. For now, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and drift with the rhythm of the story. Let the gentle movement of the snakes in her hair, the soft rustle of leaves, and the calm of the night carry you further into sleep. Welcome back, gentle listener. Take a slow, deep breath Let your shoulders relax and feel the calmness of the story wrap around you like a soft blanket. We continue our journey with Medusa, who now moves through a world very different from the one she once knew. Her life as a Gorgon has begun, a life of solitude, reflection, and quiet power. After leaving the temple, Medusa wandered far from the cities, the bustling temples, and the eyes of mortals. She sought the hidden corners of the world, places untouched by crowds, where she could exist without causing harm or fear. The forests she found were deep and silent, the kind where sunlight filters softly through the canopy, painting the ground in gentle patterns. The mountains rose like guardians, their peaks shrouded in mist, whispering secrets that only those who truly listen could hear. Her hair, now a writhing crown of living snakes, moved with her like a tide of motion, hissing softly, echoing her thoughts in the rhythm of the earth. Medusa learned quickly to listen to their subtle sounds, the flick of a tongue, the gentle coil, the almost musical slither, and found comfort in their presence. They were not merely a curse, they became companions, delicate and intricate, reflecting the complexity of her new existence. In her solitude, Medusa discovered the beauty of stillness. She would sit for hours near quiet streams, observing the water as it meandered over stones, catching glimmers of light that danced across its surface. She watched birds settle in branches, heard the rustle of small creatures through fallen leaves, and felt the slow pulse of life in the world around her. She learned to move quietly, deliberately, careful not to startle or disturb. Her footsteps were soft against moss and stone, her presence barely more than a shadow slipping through the wilderness. Imagine, dear listener, a soft morning mist curling over a forest clearing. Medusa sits by a pool, her reflection broken by the gentle ripples. The snakes on her head coil lazily in the cool air. Sunlight filters through the trees, warming her skin, and the quiet sounds of the forest create a lullaby all their own. There is peace here, but also a sense of distance from the world that once was, a world she can no longer touch. Stories of her existence slowly spread among mortals. Whispers traveled across villages and marketplaces, tales of a terrifying creature who could turn anyone to stone with a gaze. Fear grew, exaggerated with each retelling, until Medusa's name was enough to make children shiver and adults avert their eyes. Yet Medusa herself did not seek these stories. She did not move to frighten or punish. She simply existed, cautious and aware, careful not to draw attention to herself. In this isolation, Medusa had time to reflect on her own life and the nature of the curse placed upon her. She thought about Athena, about Poseidon, and about the unpredictable ways of the gods. She considered the unfairness of being punished for something she had not caused, and yet she found a quiet acceptance. Anger would come and go, but it never stayed. What remained was resilience, the slow, steady rhythm of survival and understanding. Medusa also observed mortals from a distance. Sometimes she would watch a traveler lost in the forest, or a merchant passing near the edges of a hill, unaware of the eyes upon them. She noticed their small gestures, their laughter, the way they stumbled, rested, or paused to drink from a stream. These observations were quiet and gentle, almost like meditation. She did not interact, she did not intervene. She merely watched and learned, finding solace in the small, ordinary patterns of life. Imagine her walking along a quiet mountain path. The wind brushes softly against her skin, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Each snake atop her head sways with the rhythm of her movement. Birds take flight, startled, but soon return. A deer pauses, sensing something, then moves on. She is part of the forest now, a strange and powerful presence, yet she blends into the quiet rhythm of nature itself. Even the animals seem to understand her presence. Wolves, foxes, and birds would pass near her without alarm. The forest creatures, attuned to the subtle energy of the land, seemed to recognize that Medusa, despite the fear her name carried among humans, was not an immediate threat to them. She had become a quiet observer, an unseen guardian of sorts, moving gently through the landscapes, absorbing the calm of the world around her. Yet loneliness was inevitable. There were no companions of her own kind, no one to share her thoughts or fears. The isolation was deep, stretching across years, and in the quiet of the night, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Medusa sometimes wondered if she had been forgotten entirely. The stars above, constant and distant, became her silent witnesses. She would stare at them, tracing constellations, letting her mind wander, imagining connections between the stars and the currents of her own life. In these quiet moments, Medusa's thoughts turned inward. She reflected on the notion of beauty, on how it had brought both admiration and suffering. She pondered strength, realizing that her power, though terrifying to others, was a means of survival, a shield she had learned to wield without malice. And she thought about justice, not in the sense of punishment, but in the sense of understanding the ways of the world and the gods, a slow, patient comprehension that comes only with solitude and observation. Even in her isolation, the world of mortals occasionally intersected with hers. Travelers would wander too close, hunters would stray from paths, and stories of her continued existence spread. When she encountered humans, Medusa moved with caution. Her gaze was now a tool to protect herself, but she rarely had to use it. Often retreat and careful maneuvering were enough to maintain her distance and safety. Imagine a foggy morning, dew on the leaves, the ground soft beneath her feet. She passes silently through the underbrush. A small rabbit pauses, then darts away. A stream gurgles nearby. The wind rustles gently through the trees. Each step she takes is deliberate, slow, and rhythmic. Her breath is steady. Her mind is calm. The forest is her companion, the animals her audience, and the solitude her teacher. Medusa also spent time exploring caves and hidden grottos. The echoing chambers became spaces of reflection. She would sit for hours listening to the distant drip of water, feeling the cool stone against her skin, and watching the way light shifted through cracks in the rock. The caves were quiet and safe, places where she could exist without fear of intrusion, where her form and her power were understood only by herself and the slow, deliberate rhythm of the earth. And in this life of solitude, Medusa began to develop a sense of inner strength like no other she had known as a human. Her awareness grew, her senses sharpened, and she learned to understand the world in ways few mortals, or even gods, ever could. She recognized patterns in the forest, the subtle changes in weather, the behaviors of animals, and even the faint traces of humans who passed near her hidden sanctuaries. She became patient, perceptive, and, in a sense, immortal in her understanding of the quiet, enduring rhythms of life. Imagine, dear listener, a twilight scene. The sky softens to muted purples and blues. Medusa rests on moss-covered rock near a gentle stream. The snakes on her head coil and uncoil lazily, their subtle movements almost hypnotic. The air is cool and calm, filled with the faint scent of earth and water. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft flow of water, is magnified in this quiet, serene world. And so Medusa's life as a Gorgon settled into a pattern. She walked slowly, observed patiently, reflected deeply, and lived cautiously. Though her existence was shaped by fear and isolation, it was also filled with moments of profound calm, subtle beauty, and quiet understanding. She was a creature of both power and vulnerability, navigating the world with gentle awareness and deliberate care. As you listen now, let yourself drift with her, imagining the gentle sway of trees, the soft flow of streams, and the quiet rhythm of footsteps on moss and stone. Feel the calm seep into your mind and body, allowing your own thoughts to slow and settle. Medusa's world is one of reflection and quiet presence, and in it there is a gentle, hypnotic peace that invites you to rest, breathe, and drift. In the next part of our story, we will meet Perseus, a mortal destined to intersect with Medusa's life. We will follow his journey, the preparations he makes, and the quiet tension that builds as he approaches her hidden sanctuaries. But for now, linger in the calm of Medusa's world. Let your mind wander through the forests, mountains, and streams she inhabits, and allow the gentle rhythm of her life to lull you deeper into relaxation. Welcome back, gentle listener. Take a slow, deep breath and feel your body settle into a comfortable position. Allow the calm of the story to wash over you like a gentle tide. Tonight, we follow a new path, a different perspective, as the story of Medusa and her world slowly intertwines with that of a mortal named Perseus. Perseus was not born into ordinary circumstances. He was a prince, son of Danae and Zeus, though many stories speak of him with hushed reverence and sometimes disbelief, for the gods' involvement always seemed to blur the lines of reality. From the moment of his birth, Perseus's life was touched by destiny, guided by forces both subtle and immense. His mother, Danae, lived under the shadow of her father, King Acrisius, who feared the prophecy that a grandson would one day bring his end. This fear shaped Perseus's earliest days. Yet within the confines of these dangers, Perseus grew strong, resilient, and observant. He was curious about the world, attuned to both its beauty and its dangers, and carried within him a quiet determination that would later define his journey. Imagine Perseus as a boy, walking along a quiet shoreline, waves lapping gently at his feet. The sun warms his skin, the sand is soft beneath his toes, and the wind carries the faint scent of salt and distant lands. He watches the horizon, dreaming of adventure, though he does not yet know the magnitude of the tasks that await him. These moments, though small, lay the foundation for the man he would become, a man who would face forces as unpredictable and powerful as any god or monster. As Perseus grew, he became aware of his place in a world shaped by gods and humans alike. He trained diligently in the arts of combat, navigation, and survival. Yet he was also thoughtful, reflective, and aware of the quiet balance that exists in the world. His mentors, wise men and seasoned warriors, encouraged both skill and contemplation, teaching him that strength alone is not enough. Patience, observation, and understanding are equally essential, especially when one's journey involves encounters with forces beyond ordinary comprehension. The call to his greatest adventure came not as a roar or a trumpet, but as a quiet nudge from the gods themselves. King Polydectes, who ruled over Seriphus with subtle cunning, sought to remove Perseus from the island. He demanded a gift, something impossible, the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose name inspired fear and whispered terror. At first, Perseus may have felt doubt, a natural hesitation before such a daunting task. Yet in the quiet of reflection, he understood that he must embark on this journey, not just for the king, but to fulfill a destiny intertwined with both gods and mortals. Before setting out, Perseus received aid from the divine. Imagine the stillness of a quiet morning, the soft golden light of dawn illuminating the world. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, approached him. She was calm, her presence serene yet commanding, like a gentle breeze that carries both reassurance and authority. She offered guidance, a polished shield so bright it could reflect light like water, a mirror to avoid the direct gaze of Medusa. Her voice was soft but firm, carrying the wisdom of centuries. Hermes, the messenger god, also appeared. His presence was light, almost ethereal, yet imbued with purpose. He gave Perseus a sword, sharp and unyielding, a tool of precision and careful execution. Hermes' words were calm and deliberate, reminding Perseus that caution, strategy, and mindfulness were as essential as courage. The gods did not rush him. They guided him slowly, deliberately, encouraging careful thought before action. With the divine gifts in hand, Perseus prepared for his journey. Imagine him standing at the edge of a quiet forest, the wind tugging softly at his cloak, the sunlight filtering through the branches in a gentle, mottled pattern. He checks his supplies, ensures his sword is secure, and holds the shield in his hand, polished and gleaming. Each movement is deliberate, slow and unhurried, a reflection of the care he has been taught to take on this perilous path. The journey to Medusa's hidden sanctuary was not sudden or rushed. Perseus traveled through landscapes both familiar and strange. Rolling hills, quiet forests, and winding rivers stretched before him, each step measured, each pause an opportunity to observe. He noticed the subtle patterns of the world, the way sunlight shifted through the leaves, the gentle ripple of water over stones, the distant call of birds echoing through valleys. These quiet moments prepared him for the more intense challenges to come. At night, Perseus would rest beneath the stars, feeling the cool earth beneath him and the gentle brush of wind across his face. He would look up at the sky, tracing constellations, listening to the subtle sounds of nocturnal life, the rustle of small animals, the soft hoot of an owl, the distant murmur of rivers. In these moments he reflected on the journey ahead, on the gravity of the task he had been given, and on the wisdom imparted by Athena and Hermes. The world around him moved in quiet rhythms, and Perseus learned to move with it. He did not rush, he did not force his steps. He observed, listened, and adjusted to the subtle cues of the environment. Every tree, every stone, every gust of wind became part of a larger pattern, guiding him silently towards his destination. This patient, mindful approach was as much a part of his preparation as the weapons he carried, or the instructions of the gods. Imagine, dear listener, Perseus walking along a narrow mountain path. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of pine and distant water. Sunlight dances softly on the stones beneath his feet. He pauses occasionally, observing small creatures, the sway of branches, the gentle flow of streams. Each step is deliberate, a meditation in motion, carrying him closer to the place where Medusa waits, hidden in her remote sanctuary. Along the way, he encountered obstacles that tested not only his strength, but also his patience and observation. Fallen trees blocked paths, sudden fogs obscured vision, and the terrain shifted from gentle slopes to jagged cliffs. Yet Perseus moved with calm precision, using the tools given to him, observing the natural rhythms of the environment, and every challenge taught him in its own quiet way. He became attuned to the world, sensing patterns and movements invisible to those who rushed blindly through life. In these slow, reflective travels, the presence of the gods was subtle but constant. Athena's wisdom whispered in moments of uncertainty. Hermes' guidance appeared in sudden clarity, and the gifts they had provided, sword, shield, and strategy, were always at hand, though never forced. Perseus learned to trust not only the tools, but the rhythm of his own steps, the quiet judgment of his mind, and the stillness of observation. And so, dear listener, as night falls and the stars begin their quiet dance across the sky, Perseus rests for the evening. The gentle sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the flow of distant streams, the soft call of nocturnal animals surround him. He reflects on the journey thus far, on the careful preparation, and on the quiet strength he has cultivated. Each breath is slow, each heartbeat a gentle reminder of the calm determination that guides him. In the next part of our story, we will follow Perseus as he draws ever closer to Medusa's hidden sanctuary. We will explore the quiet tension that builds in anticipation of their encounter, the careful strategies he employs, and the subtle observations that allow him to approach one of the most feared creatures in all of myth. For now, let your mind rest in the calm of Perseus's journey. Feel the rhythm of his footsteps, the gentle sway of leaves, the soft ripple of water, and let the slow, deliberate pacing of his travels carry you deeper into relaxation. The story unfolds slowly, deliberately, and peacefully, inviting you to drift with it, step by step, breath by breath, into a world both ancient and serene. Welcome back, gentle listener. Take a deep, slow breath and feel your body settle into the quiet rhythm of the story. We now enter a moment of subtle tension, a meeting that has been quietly building through careful preparation, reflection, and slow, deliberate steps. Perseus, the mortal guided by gods and wisdom, is drawing closer to Medusa, the Gorgon whose life of solitude has shaped her into a figure both feared and resilient. Perseus's journey brought him to the edges of lands few mortals dared to tread. The terrain shifted into rocky hills, dense forests, and shadowed valleys, each step deliberate, each movement measured. He approached with caution, aware of the stories that whispered through villages, of the Gorgon whose gaze could turn men to stone. The weight of these stories was not terrifying, but it was significant, a reminder to move slowly, to observe, and to respect the unseen rhythms of this remote world. Imagine, dear listener, Perseus standing at the edge of a forest, sunlight fading gently behind distant hills. The air is still, soft with the scent of damp earth and pine. He pauses, listening to the subtle sounds around him, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a bird, the quiet drip of water from a hidden stream. Each sound informs him, guiding him forward with calm precision. The sanctuary of Medusa was hidden as she herself preferred. She had chosen isolation carefully, finding caves, cliffs, and forests where few would stumble upon her presence. These places were quiet, undisturbed, and alive with a subtle, hypnotic rhythm. Perseus knew this, and he moved with respect, carefully placing each footstep where it would make the least disturbance. He relied not just on his tools, but on observation, patience, and the guidance of Athena's wisdom. He carried the polished shield in front of him, a mirror reflecting the surroundings, the light and the shadows. The sword hung at his side, sharp and ready, yet he held it loosely, calmly, without rush. Every movement was deliberate, measured, a rhythm in sync with the quiet pulse of the forest and the rocks beneath his feet. This was not a hurried chase or frantic pursuit. It was a slow, careful approach, a dance with destiny itself. Meanwhile, Medusa remained aware of the world around her. She had sensed the presence of someone approaching long before he arrived. Her senses, sharpened by solitude and observation, detected the subtle shifts in the wind, the faint disturbances in the underbrush, the quiet patterns of movement that belonged to something intelligent and careful. She did not panic. She did not flee. She understood that her life had always required patience, and she met this moment with quiet composure. Imagine, if you will, Medusa seated near the entrance of a hidden cave, the soft moss beneath her, the faint light filtering through the canopy above. The snakes in her hair coil and uncoil gently, their hiss a soft, rhythmic whisper. The stones nearby glimmer faintly with dew. The air is cool, scented with earth and leaves. She moves slowly, deliberately, feeling the quiet pulse of the land beneath her. Each breath she takes is calm, measured, a reflection of her long life of observation and reflection. Perseus drew closer. Step by step, he navigated the terrain, using the mirror-like shield to glimpse the unseen, avoiding direct eye contact with Medusa until the precise moment he could act. The tension was quiet, subtle, almost imperceptible, carried in the gentle sway of branches, the soft crunch of gravel beneath his feet, and the careful rhythm of his own breathing. He was calm, mindful, fully present in each movement. Medusa, sensing his approach, remained still. She did not hiss aggressively. She did not move to strike. She observed him as she had observed so many creatures in her long life. Her gaze, as dangerous as it was, remained calm, measured, aware of the subtle energy of the approaching mortal. The snakes on her head stirred softly, sensing the life force of someone deliberate, patient, and careful. The final moments before the confrontation were quiet, filled with anticipation that was more meditative than frantic. Perseus positioned himself strategically, shield raised, reflecting Medusa's form without directly meeting her eyes. The air was still. The forest seemed to pause with him, holding its breath, as if acknowledging the careful precision of this meeting. Imagine, dear listener, the world around them suspended in gentle stillness. A faint breeze carries the scent of damp stone and pine. The distant sound of water trickles softly. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on moss and rock. Medusa sits with her serpentine hair coiling slowly, each movement gentle yet alive. Perseus stands with shield raised, sword in hand, poised with patience and focus. In the quiet of this moment, Perseus advanced slowly, step by step, following the rhythms of the land, the patterns of shadow and light, the subtle signs of movement that indicated the Gorgon's presence. He moved not with force, but with mindfulness, his heart steady, his mind clear. He trusted his training, the guidance of Athena and Hermes, and the calm observation that had carried him across forests, rivers, and mountains. And then, when the precise moment arrived, Perseus used the reflection of the shield to glimpse Medusa indirectly. He did not look directly at her. Instead, he moved with slow, deliberate precision, positioning himself carefully for the final act. The sword, sharp and steady, followed the rhythm of his movements. Every motion was calm, unhurried, almost meditative. There was no panic, no frantic rush, only deliberate, careful action in harmony with the quiet energy of the hidden sanctuary. And then it happened. The encounter, anticipated and yet carefully controlled, reached its culmination. The sword moved in precise alignment, guided by reflection and calculation. Medusa's gaze, potent and dangerous, remained unbroken in its power. Yet Perseus's mindfulness allowed him to act without succumbing to its effects. It was a moment of quiet intensity, a convergence of skill, observation, and calm awareness. As the act concluded, silence returned to the sanctuary. The air, still warm with the presence of life and motion, settled gently. Perseus, breathing steadily, lowered his sword. Medusa, though no longer alive in human form, was now part of a story that would echo through time. The snakes on her head relaxed slightly, their subtle hiss a fading whisper. The forest, the rocks, the quiet pools of water all resumed their calm rhythms, as if honoring the careful precision of the moment. Pause, dear listener, and let yourself rest in the stillness of this scene. Feel the rhythm of the forest, the gentle sway of branches, the soft rustle of leaves, the soft flow of water over stones. Let your breath align with the calm of the sanctuary, slow and steady, carrying you deeper into relaxation. The tension has passed. The moment has unfolded with quiet precision. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Perseus prepared to leave the hidden sanctuary. He carried with him the head of Medusa, aware of its potent power, yet moving carefully, respectfully, and deliberately. Each step away from the cave, through forests, streams, and hills, was measured. He observed the quiet beauty of the world around him, carrying the calm awareness that had guided him throughout his journey. And Medusa, though no longer alive in human form, became a symbol of power, reflection, and quiet resilience. Her life, her solitude, and her careful observation left an impression not only on those who came after, but on the natural world she had inhabited. Her story, whispered in myth and legend, continues to unfold, not as a tale of frantic action, but as one of deliberate, meditative presence, even in the face of fear and transformation. Take a deep, slow breath now, and let yourself drift in the calm aftermath of this story. Imagine the gentle sway of trees, the soft ripple of water, the faint hiss of snakes, and the quiet rhythm of the forest. Let the calm of this scene carry you further into relaxation, deeper into the gentle flow of sleep. In the next part, we will explore the legacy of Medusa, reflecting on her symbolism, influence, and the quiet lessons of her story. For now, rest in the calm, deliberate pacing of the story, and allow your mind to drift with the gentle rhythm of myth, memory, and reflection. Welcome back, gentle listener. Take a slow, deep breath and allow your body to sink into comfort. Feel the calmness of the story surround you, like a gentle evening breeze, soft and steady. We have journeyed far, from the innocent beginnings of Medusa's life to her transformation, her solitude, the careful encounter with Perseus, and now we pause to reflect on the legacy she leaves behind. Though Medusa's life in human form ended with the confrontation, her story did not. Her name, whispered in fear and awe, became a symbol across the lands. The head of Medusa, carried by Perseus, retained its power. It became both a weapon and a guardian, a a tool of protection and a reminder of the delicate balance between life, death, and destiny. Yet beyond the tales of power and terror, there is a quieter, deeper legacy to consider. Imagine the soft twilight of a world touched by her presence. The forests she wandered remain, the streams she observed continue to flow, the mountains and caves still hold the echoes of her calm, deliberate steps. Even in absence, Medusa's life imprinted on the land, not with chaos or destruction, but with a subtle rhythm of observation, patience, and quiet strength. Her story teaches us, gentle listener, about resilience. Though she faced punishment for circumstances beyond her control, she adapted. She found solace in solitude, strength in reflection, and a rhythm in the natural world that few mortals ever fully comprehend. In the quiet of her isolation, Medusa discovered a calm awareness, a deliberate understanding of life's patterns, and the serenity that comes from observing without judgment. Picture her now, not as the terrifying Gorgon of myth, but as a figure moving slowly through a silent forest. The snakes on her head coil and uncoil gently, their hiss a soft melodic whisper. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on moss and stone. Streams gurgle quietly, the wind rustles softly, and the creatures move in gentle, measured steps. Everything is calm, deliberate, and balanced. Even the myths that followed her carried lessons beyond fear. Artists, storytellers, and poets sought to capture her image, reflecting not only the horror of her gaze, but also the subtle beauty of her existence. Statues, paintings, and stories immortalized her, reminding generations that power, isolation, and resilience often coexist. The name Medusa evokes caution, yes, but also contemplation, respect, and the quiet recognition of life's unpredictable patterns. Her story also reminds us of balance, the interplay between action and patience, power and restraint, fear and understanding. Medusa's gaze could turn men to stone, yet she rarely sought to harm. Perseus approached her carefully, guided by wisdom and strategy, and the encounter unfolded with precision, not chaos. Life in this story moves with deliberate care, and even in the face of danger, calm observation can guide decisions and preserve life. Imagine, dear listener, the head of Medusa resting quietly in the aftermath of her life. It retains its power, yes, but it also serves as a reminder of the lessons learned in patience, awareness, and restraint. It is not merely an object of fear, it is a symbol of the careful balance of the world, a reflection of the quiet rhythms that govern both mortals and gods. In her absence, the natural world she once inhabited continues its slow, meditative dance. Rivers ripple gently, leaves sway in the wind, mountains stand tall and unmoved, and creatures move in subtle, deliberate patterns. Her legacy is not only in stories or art, but in the rhythm of existence itself, the quiet acknowledgement that life unfolds in cycles of calm, observation, and understanding. Take a moment now, dear listener, and let yourself rest in this reflection. Imagine the forests, the streams, the soft glow of the evening sky. Picture Medusa walking slowly, deliberately, her gaze calm, the snakes atop her head moving gently in rhythm with her thoughts. Let your own breath match the gentle cadence of the world around her. Each inhale brings calm. Each exhale releases tension. Medusa's story also teaches compassion and perspective. Though humans feared her and gods punished her, her life was one of careful observation, of learning from the world, and of finding peace in solitude. Her challenges were immense, yet she navigated them with a quiet dignity that invites reflection on how we face our own fears, judgments, and trials. As the centuries passed, the name Medusa continued to resonate. Artists carved her likeness in marble, Poets wove her story into verse, and scholars pondered her meaning. She became more than a creature of horror. She became a symbol of endurance, a reflection of resilience, and a quiet reminder that even in fearsome appearances there is depth, thought, and reflection. Imagine a soft evening, the sky painted in muted purples and blues. The wind carries the faint scent of earth and water. The forests, mountains, and streams hum their quiet, meditative rhythm. Medusa's presence lingers here, not as terror, but as a subtle, guiding calm. Her story, her gaze, and her life continue to ripple through time like gentle waves on a still lake. Now, dear listener, let us reflect together on the quiet lessons of Medusa's life. There is patience in solitude, strength in calm observation, and resilience in the face of circumstances beyond one's control. There is beauty in adaptation and power in restraint. These lessons, subtle and enduring, are the true legacy of Medusa, far beyond the fear her gaze inspired. Take a deep, slow breath. Imagine the snakes on her head curling gently, the soft rustle of leaves, the quiet flow of water, the distant calls of nocturnal birds. Let your own breath sync with this rhythm. Inhale calm, exhale tension. Let the gentle, deliberate pacing of this story lull your mind into stillness. In the final moments of our journey, let us carry Medusa's calm awareness with us. Let the soft hisses of the snakes, the rustle of leaves, the quiet flow of streams, and the stillness of forests guide your mind toward complete relaxation. And now, dear listener, as the tale of Medusa gently fades, let yourself drift fully into quiet. Feel your body sink, your mind slow, and your heart steady. The story has been told, the lessons gently shared, and the rhythms of myth and reflection will carry you into the calmest sleep. Rest now, deeply, completely, with the soft presence of Medusa's world surrounding you. The forests, the streams, the mountains, and the quiet creatures all hold you in gentle stillness. Breathe slowly, let go, and drift. Welcome, gentle listener, to the final moments of this long journey. Take a deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs slowly, completely. And as you exhale, let go of any lingering tension, any restlessness. Let the calm of the story settle into every part of you like a soft blanket draping over your shoulders. Tonight, we linger with Medusa, not in fear, but in reflection, in understanding, and in the gentle rhythm of her life. Even though her human life ended so abruptly, Medusa's presence continues in the quiet spaces of the world. Imagine, if you will, a distant forest at dusk, soft mists rising from the earth, wrapping trees and stones in gentle silver. The streams move silently, the leaves rustle faintly, and somewhere in the shadows, life continues in its careful, deliberate patterns. In this calm, Medusa exists, not as a creature to fear, but as a reminder of resilience, patience, and the quiet, enduring strength of those who must live between worlds. Her gaze, once feared, carries now a sense of solemn wisdom in the mind of the listener. It is not the gaze that turns life to stone, but a reminder of careful awareness. Every choice, every movement, every breath can have weight and consequence. Medusa's story teaches us the value of observation, the importance of reflection, and the gentle, unhurried rhythm of life that comes from awareness of our surroundings. Picture her wandering slowly along a riverbank, the water flowing gently over smooth stones. The snakes upon her head coil and uncoil like soft ribbons of motion, each flick and twist almost hypnotic. Sunlight filters through trees overhead, dappling the water with pale gold and muted green. Birds drift silently between branches, their wings stirring the calm air. Every creature moves at its own pace, each in harmony with the world, and Medusa, too, moves with deliberate care. Think now of the small details she notices, the quiet beauty of the world that often goes unseen. A dragonfly skims the water's surface. Moss clings to a rock, lush and velvety. The scent of damp earth and distant flowers mingles gently in the breeze. Even the soft rustle of her serpentine hair becomes part of the rhythm of nature, a subtle addition to the quiet symphony that surrounds her. And so, in her solitude, Medusa teaches us patience. She shows that even in isolation, even when misunderstood or unfairly judged, there is space for reflection, for learning, and for growth. The world may fear her name, yet she moves calmly, unhurried, mindful of every step. Each moment becomes a meditation, each breath a connection to the quiet pulse of the earth. As you listen, let yourself imagine walking beside her, feeling the gentle rhythm of her pace. The forest opens softly around you, sunlight fading into warm shades of evening. The path is uneven but manageable, rocks and roots softened by moss. Your own footsteps fall in quiet harmony with hers. Notice the soft hum of life, the tiny creatures moving unseen, the distant call of a bird, the ripple of water over stone. Each sound is gentle, soothing, almost hypnotic. Medusa's life is a reminder of the balance between fear and understanding. The world may label her as dangerous, monstrous, and terrifying, but beneath the stories is a life defined by careful choices and quiet strength. There is wisdom in her observation, insight in her patience, and the subtle power in the restraint she exercises. Even in her most feared moments, there is a calm awareness that guides her. Imagine the stars beginning to appear in the sky, soft points of light flickering through the dusky clouds. Medusa pauses at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a valley bathed in twilight. The wind is gentle, carrying the distant scent of pine and earth. Her snakes move lazily in the breeze, a delicate dance of life and motion. She inhales the cool air, holding it briefly, and then exhales, letting it mingle with the rhythm of the world. And now, dear listener, let us reflect on the larger lessons of her story. Medusa shows us the value of endurance, of facing circumstances beyond our control and still moving forward with dignity and care. She shows the power of quiet observation, of noticing the small rhythms and patterns of life that guide us when we are attentive. And she demonstrates that solitude, while sometimes lonely, can also be a teacher, helping us to understand ourselves and the world around us with clarity and calm. Take another deep breath, slow and full, and let it carry you deeper into this peaceful world. Let your mind wander among the gentle hills and valleys, along quiet rivers, through quiet forests touched by the soft glow of evening. Hear the subtle hiss of the serpents, now more like a lullaby than a warning. Feel the calm presence of Medusa walking slowly, every step deliberate, every breath measured. The world is calm, safe, and serene. In this quiet reflection, allow yourself to release any lingering tension. Imagine the soft glow of moonlight falling over your body, warming and soothing. Feel the gentle sway of branches in the night breeze. Notice the rhythmic trickle of water over stone, the faint hum of nocturnal life. All is calm, all is steady, and you too are moving in harmony with this gentle rhythm. Medusa's legacy is also of transformation. Though her human form was changed, she adapted, survived, and found a rhythm in the world that honored both her power and her limitations. This reminds us that even when life alters the path we expect, there is still space for peace, reflection, and adaptation. There is still a rhythm we can find if we move deliberately and mindfully. Picture the moon rising higher, casting silvery light over the land. The stars reflect in still pools of water. Medusa pauses to look at her reflection, not just her serpentine form, but the quiet strength she carries within. She touches the water softly with her hand, and the surface ripples gently like a reflection of time itself. Every detail, the snakes, the water, the wind, the earth, is part of a slow, deliberate world that moves in harmony with patience and awareness. And now, dear listener, let your mind drift into the same calm. Feel the slow rhythm of your breath, the gentle sway of your body, and the quiet pulse of life around you. Allow the lessons of Medusa to settle softly in your thoughts. Resilience, observation, patience, and balance, and the calm acceptance of life's unpredictable flow. Let each inhalation carry peace, and each exhalation release tension, fear, or worry. Imagine walking with Medusa through the soft twilight, past streams and moss-covered stones, over gentle hills and through quiet forests. The sounds are faint and soothing, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the soft whisper of water over rocks. Your footsteps are light, deliberate, and synchronized with the gentle rhythm of the world. You are calm, you are safe, you are resting in the quiet presence of nature, of myth, and of reflection. Her story is no longer one only of fear or myth. It is a story of endurance and insight, of how even the most challenging transformations can be met with awareness and calm. Let this story, now soft and quiet, settle into your mind like a gentle melody, carrying you further into relaxation. As the night deepens, let every detail of this world fade slowly into your dreams. The hills, the forests, the streams, the snakes, the wind, and the stars, each one blends into the quiet rhythm of rest. Medusa's calm, deliberate presence becomes a guiding force, a gentle lullaby of resilience and peace. Take one final deep breath. Feel the softness of the earth beneath you, the gentle sway of life all around you, and the quiet rhythm that has accompanied this story from beginning to end. Let your mind drift, unburdened, into the stillness of night. Medusa's legacy is calmness, patience, and quiet strength, and these qualities now rest gently within you. Rest now, fully and deeply. Let the soft rhythm of her story carry you into sleep, into dreams, and into a night of complete, undisturbed peace. The forests, the streams, the wind, and the stars are with you, guiding you gently. The story has ended, yet the calm remains, a quiet, enduring presence in your mind and heart. Good night, gentle listener. Sleep deeply, safely, and peacefully.